I'll call to order the regular meeting of the Stokes County Board of County Commissioners for June 12th, 2023 at 6 p.m. First item on our agenda is the invocation, and Commissioner Wood will deliver that for us tonight.
Precious Heavenly Father, thank you for this beautiful day. Thank you for the beautiful county we live in. We pray, Lord, that you will bless us and give us guidance on the decisions we make tonight. Watch over, guide us, and keep us safe. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Commissioner Wood. Next item on our agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Lady. Okay, the next item on our agenda is approval of the agenda. Could I get a motion for that?
Motion approved.
Second.
Second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, it passes as presented. The next item on our agenda is public comments, and I've got several people signed up here. I'll just remind everybody, come up to the microphone and stand and speak close to the microphone so we can make sure that folks that are online and that are recording records everything that you say. You have 4 minutes to speak, and folks can award their time to another person if they'd like to. So the first person on our agenda for public comments tonight is Michelle Clofonda. Is that pronounced right?
I have some maps. Thank you. Good evening. I'm Michelle Clofonda from Junior Shelton Road in Francisco. We are here to submit a petition regarding the disturbing nuisance noise that has developed in our area. We understand that the existing Stokes County noise ordinance is on the agenda this evening, and we would like to be heard regarding some of our own experiences as the Commission considers the rewriting of this ordinance. My husband and I bought our property in 2011. We built our home and we moved in 2014. It's been the most beautiful, quiet, and happy place to be with no problems ever. We're represented on the map in front of you by the blue dot in the middle of the triangle. We are landlocked on two sides by Horseshoe Road and George Road where they meet, and northbound by Highway 89. However, we have no visual sight of any roads from our property. The lay of the land presents itself as a bowl coming up from Marshall Creek bottoms. In March of 2023, we started to hear a large presence of ATV and motorbike activity completely surrounding us. A few vehicles so extremely loud you could hear them miles away racing up and down Horseshoe and George Road. One boldly rode through private property off of George Road, zipping past our fenced east side property and skirted our north property. While driving on Highway 89, I have witnessed a pair of dune buggy ATVs riding abreast with no helmets, recklessly speeding down Highway 89. On another instance, driving down on Horseshoe, an ATV was speeding full out with a child on the rear with no helmet. Two neighbors on Horseshoe Road began to complain to me about the unrelenting noisy racing of several ATVs and motorbikes, the double riders, and how the roads were out of control. One person was at her wit's end and crying, and she called the sheriff's department and was rudely told by the dispatch to call the highway patrol, as the sheriff's department had received so many phone calls about the ATVs and motorbikes that the highway patrol would handle it. She called the HP, and the noise subsided for a time. And we began to hear bulldozing on the property shaded in red on your map. Due to the slope of the land and the heavily wooded area, we cannot see anything. When the bulldozing would cease for the day, the sounds of the motocross racing bikes and ATVs would begin riding through the woods. Neighboring vehicles could be heard racing up and down the roads to join in on this property. Our property does not share a property line with the red shaded land. However, two separate neighbors whose property lines share this land line have witnessed a track being constructed as close to their property lines as possible. The clearing of the land and riding this area, there is also a concern for the potential of hazardous waste materials from gasoline and oil running into Marshall Creek. This is what we hear as soon as we step out of our house some evenings when we are on our deck. This noise is coming from the new property. And I have not enhanced the sound. Then the gunshots, which I don't have a problem with. This tape goes on for 51 minutes, but I'll cut it short. This was only one motorbike, and he's half a mile away from me. There are stretches of times when this will go on every day for an hour or over an hour, and then it'll be quiet for days. Then it'll start all up again. We understand that everyone has a right to freedom and do what they want on their property. We are, and our existing neighbors, are good stewards of the land and have been considerate and respectful neighbors to each other, keeping a peaceful area. We would hope that consideration would be shown to all, as our right to have a peaceful existence is the best way to make good neighbors. We've not been approached by anyone as to their intentions of this plan to invade our peace and take away our right to enjoy our properties. We have tried to reach out to the new landowner and introduce ourselves and welcome him to the new neighborhood, but unfortunately only his builders erecting his beautiful new home were there. Builders had no idea when the landowner would return, so we couldn't introduce ourselves. I began contacting Commissioner Chandler in April to voice the concerns of ours and some neighbors when everyone agreed that something needed to be done. Commissioner Chandler told me at that time he knew the unenforceable noise and nuisance ordinance on the Stokes County books since 1994 needed to be revised, and it was on their agenda. One neighbor suggested to me that we start a neighborhood petition and present our personal experiences along with the petition during the public speaking time at this meeting. Commissioner Chandler said that was a good idea, and please come to the meeting and give us your input. When the petition was started, some folks then became reluctant to speak out and or sign the petition as they're afraid of being targeted or retaliated against, or didn't understand what an ordinance would entail. So we present this petition to the commissioners to show our concerns and the necessity to rewrite the noise and nuisance ordinance to be a lawfully enforced ordinance. Please specify in this ordinance at whose discretion and by what criteria does noise and nuisance get reported, to whom do we report it, who will enforce the ordinance and actually act upon it. Do we have to have a decibel reader and endure the nuisance noise for so many minutes or hours or days before we can report it? We invite you commissioners to our property to get a feel and the lay of the land as it creates a bowl effect with this echoing obnoxious, and unrelenting noise that travels up to our properties and homes. Please listen for yourself and tell me if you would find this acceptable in your own backyard, on your deck, or in your house. Would this be detrimental to future businesses, or perhaps consider this happening on an existing business such as the backyard at Luna's Trail wedding venue here in Stokes County, where people have paid thousands of dollars for a peaceful country wedding? It appears there are various established and existing motocross tracks in our county and surrounding area that are designated excuse me, for this activity and noise acceptance. There are several residents in this area who are aging, sickly, handicapped, young and old folks, widows and widowers who've been here most of their lives and find the nuisance and noise levels detrimental to their health and well-being. We're not trying to stop ATVs in the county. We are only seeking a peaceful solution to a growing problem for the surrounding homeowners, some of which are contemplating of moving, as they are worried about their property values if a non-commercial motocross ATV track is permitted in our backyard and the roads are allowed to be taken over by illegal vehicles with no consequences.
Michelle, you about finished. You're past 4 minutes.
I got this much.
Okay. Hurry along.
This new noise nuisance is changing people's lives out there. The imminent danger of unhelmeted, speeding, reckless riders illegally racing down these roads and crossing private property is only going to lead to disaster. As my one neighbor mentioned, it takes only one person to wreck it for all. Thank you for accepting our petition and hearing our request for action. Do I have to read the petition to you or just?
No, you don't need to.
Thank you very much.
You can give us a copy of it if you'd like. Thank you, Michelle. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Gerald Clafonda.
Actually, he was giving me his time.
Oh, you can keep going then. Do you have more?
I just wrapped it up.
Okay.
Unless you'd like to hear more of my,
Okay.
I'd be glad to let you listen to all of it.
Yeah, we got the point there.
And also, I was taking the time from,
That's okay, I have something to say.
okay,
Okay.
thank you very
Okay,
much.
thank you, Michelle. Next person to speak is Cecil Thompson. Walked in with Cecil tonight.
Thank you all for the opportunity to be able to speak like this. I've never been up here. My name is Cecil Thompson. I'm retired from Unify, and I've lived on Bethesda Church Road over next to Madison for over 20 years. I've been over there. And my comments are about a business that has opened up over there just beside me. And through the woods from my home is only probably a couple of good rocks though, maybe 100 yards. But anyway, the business, I believe, maybe Dragon Glass Winery. That's the name they got out from the road. And Dragon Glass Winery, you see that, you think when they first started it. And it's similar to like the previous speaker. We're out in the country over there, some retired people and some working people. And it's always been quiet. Thank God, he's got a few four-wheelers running on the back property. I thank God said, yeah, run back there if you stay off the main road. So I'm thankful for that. But anyway, the winery, when you think is a winery, is not so much a winery as what we found that to be. They built a barn over there. Looks like they put a lot of money in it. And people has to make money. They need to make money to pay the taxes for a county, right? Nothing wrong with that. But the building that they built, it doesn't seem that they play music in there. They have live bands outside, and they got a shelter out there, and it seems they turn their PA system whichever way they want. Well, my windows in my place, I can go in the house and get away from the music. But the boom box, I don't know if you guys remember the boom box, the young guys that come down the road. If you stop beside your house, He's got your head beating on the wall, right? Whew. Anyway, that's what I got. And so I said, to being honest and try to be upfront, when I want to talk to him, I said, I tried to explain what's told them where I'm over. Maybe they didn't realize I was so close. So, and I explained that. He said, boy, you are probably getting a bun of it, ain't you? I said, yeah, I sure am. My wind is shaking, my dog's going crazy, and probably read every deer and every groundhog off plumb out of the county on that end door, So anyway, I wanted to bring it to your guys' attention that we see in a winery thinking the wrong thing, Now I'm thinking Woodstock. Y'all know what I'm talking about, right? All come out and visit me. Wife's called them a couple of times, but I've never called them, but they come and visit me. And I think it's Browning and Weaver is the two policemen's name. And we're standing out in the driveway out there, and they should be able, if you need to talk to two people, the noise, and I mean they're like 100 yards, but for some reason or other. But I would like for you all to try to maybe reassess this. I asked them, I wanted to play some horns. I like to play these horns, I got some air horns from a truck or something. They're pretty loud. I said, I want to know why I couldn't play my horns, and them guys would play like Woodstock over there, everybody's. So they said, well, they got a license over there, I said, well, I haven't asked anybody. I'll try to put it and see if I can get a license to play my horn yet, but it may have to come to that. But anyway, we need some help over there. The noise ordinance is the only thing I can fix. It's a time limit on it. But them people feel that they can play as loud as they want to as long as they don't go past 11, 12 o'clock at night. Well, if you listen to the boombox plus Woodstock, and they hold it off to about 7 o'clock and they go on to 11 or close to 12. But straight for 4 or 6 hours sometimes is pretty tough. I'm retired. I hope to get away from it. I hope I don't have to sail out and leave, get away from it. But myself, I need some help over there on the end of the county from you guys, hopefully. Maybe to reassess and see what, maybe they misled you all, that you didn't know they were going to have an outside live band on weekends, Woodstock every weekend. Pretty tough, you know what I mean? Well, I'm asking for some help.
All right.
Bethesda Church Road, 2106, that's my address. Bethesda Church Road.
2106.
That's my address. The winery is just like maybe 100 yards up the road on K Fork side.
Okay.
So I asked him, I said,
Can you wrap it up pretty quick there? You're past your 4 minutes.
excuse me?
Kind of wrap it up. It would
Okay.
a couple more thoughts. And
Okay. Thank you all for listening to me. Sometimes I can be kind of long. I'm getting dry now, rubbish water. But anyway, I wanted to bring this to your all attention. It's kind of a family area. A lot of people don't want to say too much, hoping that it will die down and maybe quieten down. I don't think so, because, people love the good time. And I used to love good times too, so I understand it. But they need to take considerations of their neighbors. And I wanted to bring it to your all attention, and I thank you all for allowing me to speak.
Okay, thank you for coming. Our next speaker is Heidi Urban.
Hello, my name's
Hey,
Heidi
Heidi.
Urban. Hi there. I'm actually sharing my experience that Michelle shared with you as well. I live on Woodstack Trail Road in Francisco, and we moved in about 3 years ago to a home. We're a little bit different. Instead of it being inside a bowl, we're actually kind of on the top of a hill and look out from our front porch and have a beautiful view, and the trees and the birds and the animals and everything. It's quite lovely. We moved here knowing that we were moving out into the country. That's what we were looking for, and also into an agricultural community. So we didn't expect to not hear the occasional chainsaw or hear the occasional tractor haying and all of that type of noise kind of goes with the community, and we're willing to accept. But Recently, I would say in the last few months, to the land plot that Michelle referenced there on your map, we've noticed an increase in the noise of the off-road vehicles. Some of them seem to either not have a sound suppression system or very lack thereof. There's another property that borders next to us, Ward, who owns that property. He does not have a home there, but he owns the property and had previously allowed some of the ATVs to ride there. That wasn't too bad. Again, I'm kind of actually happy to see kids out on ATVs on the trails, not on the roads, but on the trails, instead of behind video games sitting at home. They're outside enjoying the outdoors. And that was occasional, but it's picked up and has become quite a nuisance and really quite distracting. Can't really sit out on our front porch and enjoy when the motocross are racing around well into the evenings. We've heard it when it's pitch dark at night into 11 and 12 o'clock at night. Not on a regular basis, but there have been occasions where that has been the case. I did have the opportunity to approach one of the neighbors that had ATVs and ask them about it and had a civil conversation about it. We did have different views on that. Where they felt that as long as they were respectful and not riding when it was dark out, that was fair. We like to enjoy our property in the daylight as well, so I just ask that when you're considering the noise ordinance that you maybe consider some times where people can actually sit out in the afternoon or the evening and still enjoy their property as well, or in the mornings. It's not just late at night that we ask for some quiet. I also have a recording from our front porch that I have here. Just a moment, sorry. Play for you all. Those are our ducks. Again, I think you get the point. It goes on, and that's just sitting on the front porch. I don't even think this really does any justice. I haven't changed the recording or altered it in any way, but so we just ask that you consider that. We, recognize that everyone out there wants to do their thing, wants to enjoy their property as fit, but we try to be respectful for the community, give back to it. And make sure that we're conscious of morning hours or evening hours, and even when we're just running a chainsaw or something like that, we try to be considerate of our neighbors. So we just ask that there's something in place that if folks can't seem to do that on their own, that there's something that we can voice our concerns with and have some sort of remedies in place so that we can enjoy the property, and also to that same point of not losing the value of our property as well, having a motocross track nearby. So thank you all for listening. I appreciate it. And that's it. Thanks.
Hey, thank you, Heidi. Appreciate it. The next speaker is Kim Duhas. Is that correct?
Yes.
Pronounced correctly.
Hello. I make noise. I make a lot of noise. I have a Kubota. I have an ATV. I have a Gator. That's a diesel. We live on a hill, so when I go up the hill, that thing is loud. I have a 97 F350 Power Stroke diesel. That's loud as well. I make noise. I have roosters and I have chickens. But what I don't do is I don't have a motocross. And I don't have a motocross track on my property, nor would I ever. And if you've never sat and listened to a motocross bike go, it's not a constant like a tractor. It is an actual So imagine sitting on your front porch, you're looking at Hanging Rock State Park, and you're watching the hummingbird wars. They have wars, they fight, they're very territorial, and you can hear the hummingbirds, and suddenly this starts up. And it doesn't go away. And it doesn't go away. And you're out there, and you're watching the fireflies, and you're looking at the beautiful sunset. And it doesn't go away. It goes on and on and on until you get to the point where you just want to scream and say, what is the matter with you? Do you not realize that you are not here alone. There are people around you. You have neighbors. I have rules that I live by. I will never run a machinery on a Sunday. People around me are religious. I may not be, but I respect that you are. And I respect that you may think that that's a day of rest. I will never start a machine before 8 o'clock in the morning. I don't know if you work third shift. I will respect that you just might. And I will never run a machine after 7 o'clock at night. Because I don't know if you worked hard all day and you just want to go home and sit on your deck and relax. I don't want you listening to me running my machines. I apologize. I have 5 roosters. Not my fault. I had a mistake of letting my hens hatch their own eggs. 5 roosters. They make noise. I apologize. That's the noise that I make. My hens lay eggs. My eggs go to the food pantry. We donate all our eggs to the food pantry. I have a really big garden. I don't grow it for myself. I grow it for the food pantry. We're out there and we're contributing back into the community. And to have to listen to this motocross noise that isn't going to go away, by the way, because the person that is doing this is a professional motocross racer. So it's not as if this is a one-shot deal. This is going to go on and on and on and on. And I ask you to please set limits. I'm not saying we don't want noise. I make enough of my own. But let's start thinking about our neighbors. Please, let's start thinking about other people. It's not all about me. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you, Kim. And our last speaker is April Dunnett. I pronounced that correctly?
It's good enough. It's good. Yeah, Donette, whatever you want, it's fine.
What is it actually?
It's Donette.
Danette.
Yeah,
Okay,
Donette.
good.
Thank you.
Remember that.
So I appreciate everybody's time today, and I'm with Michelle and these ladies. And actually, my property does go right up against his, and the motocross is right in my backyard. So I am new to the area. I think I only moved here October, so super new. Talked to all the neighbors. Again, I introduced myself at the beginning, and at that point I stay to myself. But I always tell everybody, if you need anything, my door's always open, as I would feel they'd be the same way. The neighbors are great, and as all this started, I did go around and talk to everybody, and half of them have been there for 30, 35 years, and a lot of them are just saying, we've never experienced anything like this. And me being new, I don't want to make waves, but it just all worked out. I like it, so. So initially, I did try to meet this gentleman. The first time I met him, he drove his truck back on my property. Back there, I know he's looking at the land, it's fine. Just told him where the land that was for sale was, point him in that direction. It was a day or so later, he comes back through with his Pan Am down through my property again. As I've told him, this is the first property I've ever actually owned on my own, so this is a bit different for me, and it makes me a little violent when people go through it. I'm a very peaceful person, but so at that point, again, it felt like it was a respect thing. We had already talked about this. So I tried to go down, talk to him. He skirted out of the way and avoiding me. There's another time where he just walked down through there again, and instead of me trying to talk to him, he walked the opposite direction down through the woods to avoid me. So at that point, I put up a fence. Just started blocking off my property, which I never wanted to do. The whole point was, I love the view. I love the view of the countryside, the quiet, this what drove me to the area. So I put up a fence, and then, it was maybe, as we were putting up the other side of the fence, we did the bottom there, he has a little bit of land right at the bottom of mine. As we were putting up the side, he starts bulldozing trees to get down to the bottom, which is directly, it's kind of a very strange property line. It's like he's got a little strip right behind my whole backfield. So he bulldozed trees to get down into there. And it was probably a week and a half later, I see him bulldozing. He had a backhoe, bulldozer, everything down in there. And I just messaged him real quick because I have his number. I've tried to communicate with him. So I messaged him just like, are you building a house back there? I may put livestock in. I just want to give you a heads up. I don't really know what I'm going to do. He just told me he was leveling it. We're just leveling it. We might put an ag building in there at some point. That's fine. Okay, that's great. Yeah, so it was, about the next day or so, I start seeing hills and dirt and building it up, and then it turns into a track. That next day, kind of got that thing, a constant, an hour, hour and a half, directly right out my back kitchen window, just constantly around, and it doesn't stop. And exactly what she says, you can only be so calm for so long that it just doesn't go away, doesn't go away, doesn't go away. So again, I try to be peaceful as well. There's been a lot of other times he'll just skirt the property. I've tried reaching out to him multiple times, just again, as a peace offering, see what's going on. Just as recent as me walking out the door to come here tonight. The Can-Am was running down the road, full speed. Again, have no issues. I love it that the kids are out riding the four-wheelers. Again, that's what they would need to do. It's nice, but they're quiet about it. They're respectful about it. They don't hit full throttle as soon as they go out, like I feel like he does every time. And I feel like he knows he's irritating everyone and that he does it on a continual basis. So yes, I would love it if we could do something about this, because I did call, I called into the non-emergency before. I don't know what needs to be done. Just give me some guidance. The only thing I've seen is that they patrolled a little bit. It has ceased a little, but occasionally you do still constantly hear it in the trees. But that's all I got. But I'm going to give you my insight, because yeah, I am the adjoining property, so I would love it if we could do something. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, April. Okay, that concludes our public comments. Our next item on the agenda is comments from the manager and commissioners, and we will start with Commissioner Cox.
Thank you. Appreciate all of you who came and gave us your insights and your thoughts on this noise ordinance that we'll be looking into and trying to navigate, figure out what we can do to make things better. I'll just update the board really quickly that I did attend for 2 days last week the North Carolina Summit on Reducing Overdose, which was held by the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners. There were over 500 attendees that were, a lot of county commissioners were represented, a lot of health departments, a lot of people who work in the industry with harm reduction and with treatment and detox and just all kinds of stuff. But it was very insightful. I attended the sessions mostly in regards to the opioid settlement, so I do have some things I can share at some point about that. I did find out that we're not behind. We're really ahead of a lot of counties with what we're doing, that they're just now starting to form task force and committees to start to look at how to spend the money. So there's not a timeline on when we got to spend it, but we do have to meet a lot of best practice things that we can't just willy-nilly just throw it against the wall and see what sticks. We're going to have to be, pretty solid with how we decide, because the reporting requirements are pretty big. And good news is there is technical assistance team at the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners who's willing to help us at no cost. They just come up and will meet with us and talk to us and walk us through the steps and meet with our committee, and we'll be doing that this summer at some point, meeting with them. So it was a very good meeting, and I met a lot of good resources there for our county. So that's all I have.
All righty, Commissioner Wood.
Thanks everybody for attending and watching tonight. I want to congratulate all the graduates from our high schools in Stokes County. My schedule allowed me to attend early college, North Stokes, South Stokes, and every ceremony was unique in its own way. The ones that come forward with the public comments, I feel your pain. I get a little dose of it myself, and I'm sick of it. So I hope we can do something about it. So hang in there. Nothing's done quickly. I have found out in this job. So that's all I got.
Okay, Commissioner Chandler.
Yeah, welcome everybody watching on YouTube and the streaming devices, and especially to the people that are here in person. Especially want to talk about the public comments. Thank you for taking the time. A lot of times people just want to complain, but they don't follow through. And I think that on both issues, with the noise, the winery, and then with the motocross track, I think it means a lot to some people, well, most people mainly, where you explain what you go through on a daily basis. We're researching some ordinances through the county attorney's office, and we'll be doing a little discussion tonight to try to narrow it down. We're looking at there's a ordinance in Guilford County, and it's a current ordinance, and I think it'll meet the needs without having to do decibel readings and stuff like that. It narrows down more of what's reasonable and what's unreasonable. So I think we'll be able to come to a conclusion on that. And then lastly, I know that we haven't met in a couple weeks, the regular board meeting, and I just want to draw attention to June 6, 1944, the Normandy landing. We, as citizens, we take a lot for granted. You look at what our country's going through right now, and you look at history. There was almost 29,000 people killed in action, Americans, that stormed those beaches. 50 miles of fortified, barricaded by the Germans. Around 126,000 were seriously wounded. And the ones that continued to come off those ships and go through over body after body after body to go up those hills and those mountains in France, the horrors that they saw and the horrors that they brought home. And when you look at the citizens that we have here in the United States, those are real men and women, 18, 19-year-old boys. They didn't have no safe zones. They ran into the bullets to give us the liberty and our right of free speech that the Constitution says that we're entitled to have. There are residents here in Stokes County that stormed that beach. And I won't mention the names, so I don't want to embarrass them, but a friend of mine, his father passed away about a year ago, and I happened to be reading the Stokes News, and I saw in his obituary some of the things he accomplished. And one of the things was he was a decorated veteran that stormed Normandy. When he survived, come back, had a family, raised a family. So I saw my friend a couple of days later, and I said, I didn't know that your father stormed the beach in Normandy and got all those awards, life-saving awards. And he says, you know, Brad, he said, very simple man. He was just doing what he had to do in honor of his country. He did what he had to do, and he came home, raised a family, and was a good man. And it just, I got to thinking, because I spent a lot of time at Fort Bragg, and you know, it's so humanizing when you think of what a lot of people, our next door neighbors, we don't even know a lot of times anymore what our next door neighbors or people in the community have done in life, that for the sake of having to give their life, doing the good things, not the bad things. I think we concentrate a lot on the bad things. But I just want to honor our country, our citizens, and especially here in Stokes County. We're a very patriotic county, and I want to make sure that we continue that, but I don't want us to forget. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Chandler. Commissioner Mendenhall.
Thanks, sir. Very well spoken, Brad. Got a few things I would like to say tonight, so bear with me if you will. good to see everybody out here tonight. Always a pleasure to see this room almost full, which means that we have a group of people that they're interested in the governmental process. I'd like to have this room completely full, every meeting, but many of you came out tonight for certain agendas, and I certainly say that I appreciate you coming out. I'm going to start out with that I had a gentleman come to my house. He didn't call me. He knew me, and he lives in your area. The group that spoke tonight on the noise came to my home last week, and he addressed some of the same issues that y'all addressed tonight. I know he would not want me to give his name, but known him a long time, and he stayed for about 30 minutes and gave me a lowdown of what was going on in that area. So I had a forewarning before you came tonight of what was going on. Didn't surprise me at all that we had as many people here tonight as we did. Thought we might have a few more. Sometimes people try to intimidate or I don't know what the right word to use, but try to keep people from coming to meetings like this and expressing themselves. But I'm glad you did. And as I said, I had a forewarning when this gentleman came out and saw me, and I had known him a long time, and we went in the home and he gave me a complete rundown. Second thing is Memorial Day. We have not met in a meeting since Memorial Day occurred. I don't know, there are many things Mr. Chandler brought up. Sometimes there's mottos, all gave some gave all. A lot of people passed away, and they passed away for a reason, so that we could have freedom. Freedom of speech. Freedom to come over here tonight and express yourselves. Tell us what's on your mind. And I know Brad didn't mention the name of the person he was talking about, but I'm going to say this. My father, he fought in the Korean War, and my dad's been dead about 9 years, passed away with cancer. And he never talked about the war until the week before he passed away. And he went upstairs and he brought down all of his military stuff. My dad had won a Bronze Star for heroism in the Korean War. And he was the type of person, he didn't brag about that. He could have talked about that all the time, but he never did. But he knew as time was drawing nigh, the cancer doctor had said, Ronnie, he's probably got about 3 weeks left to live. So he brought all his stuff down, and I took it over to Frank Duncan. Known Frank a long time, and I had Frank to frame it up for my mother. And it's hanging in my mom's house now. She'll be 91, her next birthday. But I wanted to make sure she had that where she could look at it every day. And I saw my mom right before I came over here, and we had a real good talk. And I guess the last thing is you probably will not know this, but I am going to make sure that the people that are watching knows. We have a joint meeting tomorrow with the Board of Education. And I hope he's watching tonight. His name's Vaughn Robertson. Vaughn Robertson. And I was elected in 2016, and I had the most votes of anyone in the county. Ran again in 2020, and once again I had the most votes of anyone in the county. But Vaughn, I want you to know something when I see you tomorrow. Vaughn Robertson called my home, and he tape recorded my wife on that phone call. And then he went to the precinct in King in an effort to get me off of this board. My wife has had 11 seizures since that day. So Vaughn, I will be seeing you tomorrow night. I hope you won't be asking for money for tape recorders, because I know you've got one. I want everybody in this room and everybody in this county. Some people may think that he intimidates and bullies people, but I'm going to tell you something. He's met the wrong person. And I'm not afraid to tell anyone what he did. And my wife has suffered for 2 years from that effort of his. So when he comes tomorrow, Vaughn, it'll be on YouTube. So you won't need to bring your tape recorder. It'll go out all over the county. And I hope there's a lot of people watching tonight, because I think that's about as low as you can go. And I don't know if many people here in this room knows who I am, if you're from, but I was principal at Sandy Ridge Elementary School. I was principal at Nancy Reynolds Elementary School. And I was principal at North Stokes High School for 7 years. That's 13 years I was principal in this county. And I was superintendent my last 5 years. So I gave this county 36 years of my life in education. And the reason I feel like I got elected and got the most votes both times was because of my character. I see a lot of people in this room I know. Eddie McGee, how long have I known you? A long time. Have you ever doubted my character? So what I've told you tonight is true, and I'll be glad and I'll be looking forward to our meeting tomorrow night with the Board of Education. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. Amber, have you got any comments for County Manager?
I'll just comment briefly. Thank you all for being here, and thank you for the ones that spoke. Thank you for those who are watching online, watching our meeting tonight, and staying involved. If you will, I'll ask people to please remember the Vicky East family. They lost a loved one recently, and I know they're going through a hard time right now. So just please keep that family in your thoughts and prayers. And also, Father's Day is Sunday, so just a happy Father's Day to all those fathers out there. I know we appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Amber. I'd like to welcome everybody to the meeting, especially those folks that came and gave public comments tonight. One of the things that really makes this local government work better is participation by the citizens. And I think I've said it before, but I've been in a lot of meetings here where there was nobody in the room but us. And that's just not the formula for successful local government. So we need your input on all sorts of issues associated with the county. We're trying to work through the county budget right now, and we need citizen input on that. So we got some really difficult decisions to make and hard choices. So We got budget sessions scheduled. You can see them on the internet, and they're public meetings, and they're open to the public, and they're on the TV as well, or on YouTube as well. So I would encourage your participation there as well. With that, the next item on our agenda is conflicts of interest. Before moving further, does any board member have a conflict of interest with any of the items on the agenda for tonight, or one that could be perceived as a conflict of interest? No. Anybody?
No.
Okay, the next item on our agenda is the consent agenda. Can I get a motion for approval of the consent agenda?
Motion to approve.
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion or questions on the consent agenda? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, passes unanimously. Okay, the next item on our agenda is the information agenda, and the first item under, or the only item under information tonight is our presentation of the FY 21-22 county audit, and Kelly Gooderham will be making that presentation, but she'll be doing it on Zoom because I think she had a little medical injury or something. So as soon as we get her up and ready, we'll hear the audit presentation. I'll pull that one out for the audience. Will it go any further, Lisa, where they can see it a little bit better, or is that as far as it goes? Yeah, there you go. That's good. Okay, Kelly, how are you doing? Are you there? Can you hear me?
I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Yep, we can hear you fine.
Okay. Well, thank you for being flexible. I apologize for not being there on site. It was a great disappointment because I love seeing all of you. I wish it were more often, but usually just once a year. So we'll just kind of get right into it. I'm going to share my screen, and hopefully it will work. Are you seeing the PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll just get into it. My name is Kelly Gooderham. I'm the Senior Audit Manager for the county's fiscal year 22 audit. We've prepared the following PowerPoint to present what we feel to be some of the more pertinent topics of the county's fiscal year 22 audit. We've issued a clean, unmodified opinion, which is the best opinion we can provide. And I'd like to personally thank everyone in the finance department for the hard work and continued diligence in completing this year's audit. So first, we'll briefly discuss the 5 fund balance classifications, which basically disclose the hierarchy of the different constraints within each fund balance classification. First, we have your non-spendable, which is basically not in cash form, which includes things like inventory or prepaids or lease receivables. And we have restricted fund balance, which is an external restriction, such as those imposed by laws or grantor's. And we have committed, which is an internal constraint set at the highest board level. And we have assigned fund balance, which is also an internal constraint, although lower than committed. And then finally, unassigned, which has no external or internal constraints. So now we'll go over the county's specific different fund balance classifications. First, again, we start with your non-spendable fund balance, which includes inventory of $84,000, leases of $185,000, then your restricted fund balance, which includes your stabilization by state statute of $3.9 million. All others include your mental health of $67,000, your health department of $547,000, your school current expense fund of $714,000, and then your debt service of $2.8 million. And we have your assigned fund balance of $3.6 million, and then your unassigned fund balance of $9.7 million to arrive at your total general fund balance of $21.5 million. Next is a calculation utilized by the LGC to compare units across the state. This is your available fund balance as defined by the LGC. First, we start with your total fund balance of $21.5 million, less your non-spendables of your inventory and your lease receivables, less your stabilization by state statute, to arrive at total available fund balance of $17.5 million, which was an overall increase of $1.9 million over the prior year. Another calculation utilized by the LGC is your available fund balance as a percentage of expenditures, transfers out, and debt proceeds. This takes your available fund balance previously calculated at that $17.5 million, divided by your expenditures, plus transfers out, less debt proceeds. So as you can see, by 3-year comparison, your percentage has remained fairly stable for the last 3 years, with an overall increase of 2% over the prior year. So this shows you a little bit of statistical information regarding that previously calculated available fund balance percentage. It compares to the state as a whole, as well as similar population groups. Naturally, 2022 information is not fully collected at this time, so 2021 is the most recent data available. For 2021, the county's percentage was 29%. Similar population group was 42%, and then overall statewide was 43%. Now we'll go through your total general fund balance, or general fund revenues and expenditures, Revenues increased roughly $3.8 million, or 10%, which was due to an increase in your ad valorem tax revenues, as well as other taxes and licenses. There was an overall increase in expenditures of $1.9 million, or 5%, which was due to an increase in human services as well as public safety. Additional information, transfers in ended at $1.9 million. Installment and lease proceeds ended at $405,000, with an overall total change in fund balance for the general fund of $2.7 million. So now we'll go through your top 3 general fund revenues and expenditures. First, we have your ad valorem tax revenues, which increased $1.1 million, or 8%, which was due to an overall increase in your collections. Then we have your intergovernmental revenues, which includes restricted and unrestricted. Saw an increase of roughly $431,000, or 4%, which was due to an increase in your restricted intergovernmental revenues from increased funding for state and federal grants, as well as an increase in your Medicaid hold harmless. Sales and services increased $932,000, or 25%, which was due to an increase in ambulance fee revenues, as well as DSS Medicaid claims. Other taxes and licenses increased around $1 million, or 13%, which was due to an increase in your local option sales tax distribution from the state, which was seen pretty commonly across the state. Now for your expenditures. Human services increased $720,000, or 8%, which was due to an increase in your salaries and related benefits within your Social Services Administration, as well as general public assistance. Public safety increased $319,000, or 2%, which was due to an increase in salaries and related benefits within the EMS department. Education increased $25,000, or 9%, which was due to an increase in current expense for the community college. And finally, general government decreased $295,000, or 4%, which was due to a decrease in the insurance line item within the governing body department due to moving insurance to a separate department overall. So, along with the submission of the audit to the LGC, we are required to complete a data input sheet with various financial information. Finance Director reviews and certifies this template to be submitted along with your audit report to the LGC. This template analyzes the data and shoots out results known as performance indicators. Performance indicators range from deficit fund balance, statutory violations, as well as significant findings, in addition to positive indicators like quick ratio within the water sewer funds. So we noted a high quick ratio for your water sewer funds, an improved overall available fund balance percentage, as well as one significant deficiency finding and 3 material weakness findings. Now, a written response is required to be submitted to the LGC within 60 days of this audit presentation, which will need to be signed by the majority of the board. And I do believe finance will have that prepared for your review in the coming weeks. Here's my contact information. Should anybody have any questions now or in the future, you have my contact information. Please feel free to reach out. And I will stop sharing my screen. So if there are any questions, I would love to take them right now.
Okay, thanks, Kelly. Commissioner Hall, you want to go first?
Sure.
Kelly, from what I heard, am I under the understanding that the education was a 9% increase?
Was that a question for me? I apologize. Yes, it was at 9%.
Education was at a 9% increase. Is that correct,
Yes,
Kelly?
sir.
Thank you. And what, of course, with all the, where are we at? And I will ask you, and if you can't give me the answer, I'll ask Lisa. I think we started out at 19%. Is that correct,
So
Commissioner Cox? At the beginning of this year,
that's what we were told.
19%. Do you know what our fund balance is right now?
So the 19% that I believe Lisa and Tracy gave previously was your unassigned fund balance percentage, and I believe your internal calculation, although it is not wrong whatsoever, because that is your prerogative, it is different than what I have calculated and presented in your PowerPoint, as well as different than what is presented in your audit report, I believe, because the LGC utilizes only stabilization by state statute and your non-spendables, whereas when you all calculate that percentage specifically, you are taking into account overall unassigned fund balance. So that percentage that I presented does not include assigned fund balance. And your percentage would take that out. It would take out all of your non-spendable, all of your restricted, and all of your assigned. So if at any point you would like to make that percentage go up a bit, that assigned fund balance is basically the board saying we want to spend money on this project or what have you. So if that percentage, if it is your desire to make it go up a little bit more, then I would suggest maybe unassigning some of that assigned fund balance.
So my question is what percent is our unassigned fund balance?
I'm sorry, I do not have that calculation. Perhaps Lisa could interject on that one.
I think when we talked about it the last time, it was around 16, maybe.
16%. And our unassigned fund balance was 19% at the beginning of this year. That's what we had. So we're at 16% now, unassigned fund balance. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Commissioner Chandler.
My only question is, and I don't know if it's really directed to you, ma'am, or if it's more directed toward the internal component. But on the one significant deficiency finding, has that been clarified? Has that been taken care of? So
Yes, so the significant deficiency finding that we noted was actually a DSS related finding. There were some question costs related, so DSS will actually be contacted by the HHS. They have written a corrective action plan response, and they will respond accordingly to DHHS. So that was the one significant deficiency.
And then the 3 material weakness findings?
Sure. The three material weakness findings, so incidentally, you all may remember there were some errors with EMS payroll processing in the prior year. Well, by the time it was brought to everybody's attention, it was in the fall, which was the beginning of fiscal year 22. So the county properly addressed everything at the time that we knew that there was an issue. However, the audit spans the entire fiscal year. Therefore, when we completed our testing, by happenstance, we chose an EMS worker for one of our selections, and it was prior to the county actually fixing the issue. And so the county has provided a corrective action plan response, which basically says, more or less, this was timing. We have already previously corrected this. So that one has been corrected. The other one was for significant audit adjustments. And then the other one was a late audit.
So this is my first term serving on the board, so I don't know a lot of the history. Is this your first time that you've completed the audit, or have you been under contract with the county for the previous terms?
So my firm has been completing Stokes County audit for a number of years. I myself have been managing the county for a number of years. So yes.
So are you in the past findings, have you had any type of issues that were similar to either the material weakness or to a significant deficiency finding?
Well, we have had findings in the past that have been rectified just a year later. In this instance, I will tell you that anytime that you have significant turnover in key financial personnel, such as finance director and deputy finance director, things like this are, I hate to say it, they do come up, unfortunately, just because of transitional phases. In addition to GASB 87 being implemented this year, that has definitely put a wrench in everybody's gears. So, although yes, we have had findings here and there with the county's audit, it was to be expected to a certain extent because of key financial personnel turnover.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. That's all I have.
Mr. Wood?
I'm good. Good report.
Mr. Cox?
Yes, thank you. I have a couple questions. The three material weakness findings I was writing down, but I must have missed the second one. I got the late audit and the EMS payroll issue that was rectified. What was the other one?
Significant audit adjustments.
Will we receive a paper copy of this like we usually do in the past?
Yeah, you will receive an actual copy of the financial statements. They were just submitted on Friday, and because of time constraints, we are required to present to the board within 45 days of report submission. So just because of time constraints. So I do apologize, you all do not have copies of the final draft. As soon as we receive LGC approval, which I don't expect will take too long, we will begin printing these and actually sending them on to you. Once we have LGC approval, I can actually send a PDF copy that Lisa can then distribute to all the board members if they would like to look at it previously.
Okay, that's all I have.
Okay, Kelly, when does it go to the LGC now?
It went on Friday.
Went Friday, and so I know a lot of government units are having trouble getting audits done for a myriad of reasons, and are behind on them. That's coming from other elected officials that I meet with on other boards and so forth.
Yes, sir.
And I think there's systemic problems that are causing that. But my question then to you is, what should we look for as far as a time schedule for the next audit to get get it to the LGC to be on time? Does it need to be there like October, November of this year?
So the LGC has what we call a soft deadline for all audit reports to be submitted by 10/31. Naturally, for counties, that is a little difficult because we have to wait for state confirmations to come out in order to be able to reconcile and prepare and assess your schedule of expenditures of federal and state awards, which is included in the county's audit report. So 1031 is a little difficult to meet for most counties. It is also a little difficult to meet for most municipalities. The absolute drop dead deadline to issue to the LGC is 12/1. So if you issue after 12/1, then you have to issue an amended contract. So we have final field work scheduled for September. We have interim field work scheduled in just a few short weeks. So with the help of Lisa and Tracy and my staff, we're going to do everything that we possibly can to get things back on track. Transitional phases are difficult. They're difficult for everybody. So we are going to do our best to set guidelines and due dates and goals throughout the next 6 or 8 months so that we can get things back on track.
Okay, that's a great answer. My last question is, we're looking down the road here before too long of doing some debt, and maybe for a couple different things, including our courthouse expansion, for example, and probably our animal shelter. What kind of, if you can maybe get this later to me if you don't have it off the top of your head, but what kind of fund balance are they looking for as kind of a floor for being able to do debt? Does the LGC have something there that you think we should be looking at as far as fund balance, and then what the definition of which components make up that particular fund balance?
I do not know that answer. I do know that the LGC looks at a great many different things. It's not just your fund balance. It's whether or not you have had findings. That does not automatically make you ineligible. Late audits, again, does not make you ineligible. But they take a whole great amount of information and they put it together and then they make their ultimate decision. So because you are lacking in one, but succeeding in another, the LGC takes that into account. I do not know all the parameters that they look at, to be honest. Your fund balance, I'm not sure if they would look at that in and of itself just to decide whether or not they're going to approve for debt.
Okay.
I would focus on the big picture, and I would focus on reaching out to the LGC and asking what sort of things that the county needs to focus on in order to get that approval.
Okay, thanks. I think that's all the questions I have. Does any board member have a follow-up question?
Rick, Kelly, I'm sorry, but I missed the 3 deficiencies that you listed. I know EMS was one.
3 material weaknesses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could you give me the other 2?
Yes, the other 2 were significant audit adjustments and then the late audit submission.
Audit adjustments and the late. Okay. Thank you, Kelly.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other board members have any further questions for Kelly? Thank you, Kelly. It's a great presentation as usual. And
Thank you.
hope you're feeling better soon. We see you up here sometime pretty soon.
I hope so as well. I really do. Thank you for being flexible with this mishap, so I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, Lisa, you have any comments before we go forward? Next agenda item. Okay. Next agenda item is we enter our discussion agenda. And the first item we have, I think Ryan Clark and Brian Booth to present information related to from the fire chiefs.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and other commissioners. We greatly appreciate y'all's time and allowing us for time to speak to a few issues that we felt you could help us with. This all stemmed from a meeting of fire chiefs that we had at South Stokes a few months back. Although not all the chiefs were in attendance, we did have a good consensus. And we come up with 3 items that we felt like you all would be able to help us with tremendously and try to clear up some issues that we're having. I gave you a packet, and we'll get to some of it in a minute. One of the first things that we had was the E911 department and communications. Our CAD system is in a dramatic need to be upgraded. I believe Matt has it in his budget to upgrade. It was purchased in 1999. We're a long ways from 1999, and it severely needs to be updated. Now we're looking at AVL on trucks and stuff like that, and we don't have the ability to do that at this point. And it's getting to the point now, and the way our society and some of the things we encounter, we need to know where our people are, and at all times. In 2022, 911 dispatched 66,191 calls. That doesn't count the amount of phone calls that were answered. That was just what was entered into CAD. So they're severely overwhelmed down there. Right now, at any given time, there's 3 people there dispatching, 2 dispatchers and a supervisor. We're also asking that if it's possible to get behind them and give them a little more support down there with some staff expansion. They haven't seen any increase in staffing in a number of years, other than moving a supervisor up to a 8 to 5 position. So they're fielding more calls than ever before, and they're dramatically overwhelmed. All the other emergency departments have seen expansion in their staffing, and E911 hasn't. So that was something we really want some support behind. That would help us on our end tremendously. The staff at E911 does a great job for us. If we could help aid them into some help, it would be great. The next issue is going to be on staffing, and I'm going to yield the floor to Chief Boo. I'm going to let him talk on that, and then I'm going to get back up here.
Thank you, Commissioners. Just a brief history about the paid programs in the county. Back in 1995, King Fire Department was the first department to pursue hiring paid personnel. And then over the years, they expanded to include 24-hour shift personnel. Through that time, that eventually spread out to the other departments in the county to start hiring and looking at part-time programs. All the departments in the county now have part-time personnel when they do have available staffing. And so the staffing is our second big topic that we would like to start an informational session or a work session with the commissioners, the fire chiefs, looking at establishing a committee, as well as the fire marshal's office establishing a work committee. As Interim Manager Brown identified in her budget presentation, is starting the talks to where we can move forward to adjust or look at the staffing concerns of the departments in the county. This is just not a Stokes County problem. This is all across the state. 15 years ago, you would have to fight to get a full-time job as a fireman in North Carolina. Now it's a competition amongst the combination, the volunteer and the full-time career departments. Depending upon who's paying the most or offering sign-on bonuses, that's where people are going. And so we need to start the talks of moving forward to help address some of the recruitment and retention in the volunteer fire departments, as well as having the county support. I included in your packet a recent survey by the North Carolina Association of Fire Chiefs, and they looked at, I think it was like 190 responses that they received, and it looked at salaries, it looked at reasons why people were leaving the departments, whether it was volunteer or combination. And over the last 2 years, there's been approximately 600 volunteers that's left the fire service in North Carolina, with an average of about 3 new members joining departments in each year. And as we know, our county has changed, our population has changed. People are demanding more services of the volunteer agencies, and our call volume is increased. And with the Department of Insurance requirements, although they have relaxed some of those requirements, we still have to meet those demands. And obviously, we're not speaking for all the fire departments in the county because each individual make their own decisions. But I think it will be a great time. Obviously, it's too late now in the budget process, but moving forward is to look at establishing a committee. Surrey County just recently done this within the last 2 years and looked at adding, they divided their county up into 4 segments with 4 to 5 departments in each one of those segments and allotting a certain amount of money, and then allow the departments to develop a plan of hiring 1 full-time person to place in the station. And then the next year they would go to the next department. They looked at several different avenues of how to come up and then decide on which departments got the full-time personnel, but it was a start. And what that did was it reduced the amount of response times for those departments to get to someone's emergency. Just like with anything else, it's all about time. A lot of the calls now are becoming a lot more manpower intensive to where it requires a lot more people because those people still have to go to work and still have to take care of their families. Those are some of the reasons why the volunteer demand has gone down. And so we, as the fire service in the county, would like to look at establishing some type of staffing committee, local county officials, and even supporting the idea of the grant writer that was also presented in the budget. There are federal grants out there for staffing. It's the SAFER grants, and what that allows counties or organizations to do is actually hire the personnel. They receive funding over a 3-year period. At the end of that 3 years, it's up to that department to be able to maintain that funding and to maintain that staffing. But as that is one thing that is out there for the departments to seek. But it would also be something that we could look at, and then if we had a grant writer on staff, that would be beneficial to the departments in the county, because a lot of departments are paying anywhere from $1,500 to $8,000 to apply for local and state and federal grants. And if we had that person on staff, that would be someone else that we could reach out to gain assistance, and looking for avenues to increase and to provide the services that a lot of the departments have been doing for over 50 years. And so that's our staffing plan.
And our third issue that we want to discuss is a tax rate increase. We felt the need to increase this mainly due to the cost of our goods that we have to purchase. When I first got into the fire service, you could buy a fire truck for $250,000. Chief Barneycastle probably remembers when you could buy one for much less than that. Those days are long gone. Now you're talking $750,000. So all of our stuff has gone up. I kind of broke down some stuff in your handout on the tax rate increase. Some of the standards that we have to abide by that are recommendations through the National Fire Protection Association, and they kind of give standards on what our equipment's good for and how often it needs to be updated. So a lot of this stuff is very expensive, high purchase cost items that we have to replace on a regular basis. So given the fact that all that has gone up dramatically due to inflation and cost of goods, we would ask for that. I don't believe it was presented to you this budget session. We hope that the Fire Commission will present it to you, at the next budget session. It would dramatically help out with our staffing problems and other issues as well. There's quite a few departments in the county that has outdated equipment, trucks, and my department, our self-contained breathing apparatus that we wear, our air packs, the NFPA recommends them being replaced every 2 standards, which is about 10 years. Mine are 1997 and 2002s. So they're they could retire from the fire service right now if they paid into the state pension. So that's kind of what we're looking at, and I presented you with there's a list of all the counties in the state here, and it breaks down what their fire tax is. If you look, I highlighted some of them that run mutual aid with us here in Stokes County, which is our neighboring districts who have a lot of the same demographics and tax base that we have here. That kind of shows where they were at. Just for instance, Salem Chapel runs mutual aid with 35, they're at 14 cents. So a lot of the mutual aid that we have, they're dramatically more than what our fire tax rate is here in Stokes. So that's why we're here. We just would like for y'all's support and in these three issues that would really help us out in the fire service. So if anybody has any questions, myself or Chief Boo would be glad to answer.
Okay, why don't we start with Commissioner Chandler on this one?
So, thanks for y'all coming in, and I've been kind of waiting for y'all for a couple months now to come up here and talk. First of all, thanks for everything y'all do. I mean, I get it. I mean, volunteers, you're the backbone of this county's, public safety, really, with the fire and, and the rescue part to what you do. And I'm willing to entertain tax increase for the fire service district. But, so and you might not have an exact number, but, so how many calls a year do y'all run for fires?
It varies by department. We could get that from.
Just give me a.
I don't know, Chief. What you probably know.
I would say based off the departments, anywhere total call volume is anywhere from 300 to the max of King is running 2,600 calls a year, and you would probably say 70 to 80% of those calls are medical calls. So you're looking probably 200 to 300 calls for fires, but that also includes hazardous materials, tree downs, all
rescue
of that
type stuff.
Rescue type stuff versus the normal medical call. But the majority of the calls that we do run are medical related. But and again, it just like with the sheriff's office and the EMS, it hits in spurts of what type of calls that we do run. But that's a rough estimate of what the total call volume is. Like I said, with King running over 2,600 calls, Wantco, we're anywhere from 1,200 to 1,500 calls a year, and then it goes down to 700 to 800 calls for departments, and then 300 to 500 calls.
Yeah, so basically, I mean, the stats for the larger full-time fire departments, it's about 80%, 85% medical calls, and then you got maybe another 10, 15 for, percent for the house fires, and then you throw in some rescue. So it's about the same. But when it comes to availability, I mean, it's my understanding, looking at statistics and listening to the different fire personnel, during the week, during the day, it's hard to muster up a truck to get somewhere.
Yes, and if they don't have the part-time staffing to get that truck out the door, which is the main thing, because the Department of Insurance requires one truck and 4 people has to be on every house fire. And so we have to maintain that standard, and if that department doesn't meet that, they get put on probation, which could ultimately allude to them leasing or losing that insurance rating that they have. And King is the only full-time fire department in the county. Everybody else is kind of like a combination department. And so they're supplementing with part-time staff during the day, with the exception of us. We provide 24 hours coverage, but we have vacancies as well at Wantco.
I know it's harder too. I mean, being volunteer, then we're spread out when you backfill. It's easier, if you're a large city, you just backfill your own city stations when they're going out on a call or something, to where it is here. And I guess the biggest point is when Chief Robinson was here a couple weeks ago, asking for a tax increase for the King Fire Service District, he talked about that the trend basically is more and more, King is going farther and farther out into the county to run calls. And then of course, then you leave open where they've left.
A few years back, we went to a 6-station response, and mainly that was due to water availability in the rural areas of the county. So that's probably where King's referring to having to run more mutual aid out into the county. When we all went through our rate reductions, my department went through a couple of years ago, and some of them are actually up for renewal now. Out of the departments in the county, all but 2 have reduced their rates, and the 2 that haven't are aggressively right now getting ready to reduce theirs. So they're focused on doing that. So that's why the 6-station response come into play there, and also it's manpower. It sounds bad, but you know, one bad day could lead to a no response for somebody. Years ago, the volunteer fire service was developed by, you know, farmers and people like that who could drop what they're doing and run a call. And now people work in Winston or, you know, somewhere, and it makes it a little more difficult. So staffing is a major issue.
So just one last question from me, then I'll turn it over. But, so, and I know money's tight, but what assurances, you know, will we have or the citizens have if, you know, we're giving you more money, and I think you need it and deserve it. That's not an issue. But what concerns me is that it might not be an efficient operation. In other words, there's a lot that we could do to have mass buying, baseline logistics. So not each department should be on par, like with the equipment you were talking about. That, I mean, to me, that shouldn't happen. That just should not happen. But I think if you do your purchasing and you plan together, I know everybody has their own different systems, computer systems, and you know, and if you need 2 radios, then you just go ahead and put in and get 2 radios instead of, if you look out to the whole county, and if everybody needs a radio, and you plan accordingly, you're going to get a better price, and then they come in at the same time, so you have stability. And then my recommendation would be, and again, I mean, I'm from public safety on the police side, and I got good friends that I worked with day in, day out for 30 years. But from what I see is there should be, you know, if you need a tanker truck, there should be a base tanker truck for Stokes County. So it shouldn't be that one fire service district wants one, but they want different things on it, additional things on it. And then another fire department wants one, and they're going to do, you know, the same thing, or maybe they'll add, you know, something else. My recommendation when you go into these committees is look at some ways to where we're making the best use of all of our equipment. So whether it be the, you know, brush trucks, tankers, pumpers, not just hey, I like this, and so I'm going to get it. In other words, there should be a need why you need whatever you need extra on that truck. And then in terms of that, you know, it's tax dollars that go to the fire service districts. And I'm not talking about the fundraising that's done, which I think is great, and that's, you know, y'all do whatever you want with it. The tax dollars, sometimes some fire departments have a lot more money in reserve sitting in the savings account than other fire departments do. And you can look at it both ways. You get some fire departments that say, hey, I ain't got a lot of money in my account, but I got this, this, and this. We're doing this, we're doing that. And then we got other fire departments who have a lot of money sitting in an account, and they still have stuff, but they don't want to spend that savings account when the budget kind of dries up a little bit towards them. And I think that to make sure that all fire departments, because we depend on one another, especially when being a volunteer service, I would think there'd be more transparency on the money that is sitting in a savings account or reserve account. And that's all I got.
Okay, Commissioner Mendenhall.
Ryan and Brian, appreciate you coming up. I know the need is there. The tax rate, what we got now, 8%? 8 cents? Okay. 8 cents. What I want to say is going to be brief. This is one of those things that nobody thinks about until they need it. Until they need it. You know, I live a mile from South Stokes Fire Department. 1 mile exactly. I've had 2 heart attacks. Had to be transported 3 or 4 times to the hospital. And first person there was from the fire department. They beat EMS. But EMS was right behind them. I mean, both groups, they were great. You've offered up 3 ideas. The CAD, emergency, staffing, tax rate increase. We certainly are looking at the 911 CAD emergency big time in our budget. Not saying we're not making any promises right now, but it's being looked at very seriously. Staffing also. But it's like I say, this is one of those deals where if you never have a medical situation, you don't have an accident, you don't have a fire at your home, you sort of drive by the fire department and don't think nothing about it. What I would suggest is after this year's budget, which we've got to have it done by June 30th. Got to be done by June 30th. So we've only got about 3 weeks left to finalize our budget. But I would take a look at our budget after we finish this one and see what we put in there. And then see what y'all think needs to go in that we didn't put in this year. And then I'd come up with a strategic plan. I'd get my group, like you said, most of the people met. I don't know if you said South Stokes Fire Department or where, but I'd get my group back and I'd work out a strategic plan and get it up here to us early next year so it can be floating in our minds as we get ready to prepare next year's budget. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Wood.
Thank y'all for coming out and for your service. I'm going to be brief and to the point. Audits. Everybody's got their own auditor, right? I would like to see one doing all the fire departments. I want to agree with Brad on his stuff. The transparency thing is important in the county. I agree you need a committee, and because of the aging population, I would like to see a timeline. This is not going to be a quick fix because we've done too many quick fixes, and that's the problem. I think we need a timeline when we got to go to a totally paid department. I know that's asking a lot, and I know it's down the road, but
I don't, this is me personally speaking, I don't think there is a route for a total paid system in Stokes County. At some point, the volunteer has to be there. I don't think there's
your lifetime, but it might be your kids.
The cost alone would be
I know.
astronomical.
That's why we got a plan now for 10 years from now, because we're getting old. That's all I got.
Hey, Commissioner Cox.
Thank you. Can y'all just briefly walk me through each step of this tax thing? Because I know I saw what you highlighted about the mutual aid and stuff like that, but
The portion to the left, that's what the overall county tax rate is.
Right.
So your
The
assessed property tax. The part to the right, on the far right-hand side, would be what the fire tax is for that district. Here in Stokes, we're a service district, so ours is assessed in a service district. It's put in a pool and it's divided up, except for your municipalities such as Walnut Cove and King. If you look at the Forsyth County page, for instance, the Blues Creek Fire Department, their tax rate is 11 cents versus our 8. Salem Chapel, 14, which is just our neighbor right across the line.
okay. And that is because they are they're able to, they just do taxes different than we do. The service district tax is different.
But no, I mean, when they take the service district money, they're taking industry from part of the county, say, Duke Energy and Kobe for Pine Hall, and then they're mixing it with mixed agriculture like we have in Northeast Stokes, where we have less industry. So it's, you pull the higher volume over here and mix it with the low volume over here, and then you divide it. Whereas they're assessing their district based on what they have. So say Salem Chapel, they probably have mostly residential with a few small commercial here and there. So they have to have a higher tax rate to be able to generate enough income to be able to properly operate.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Yeah, because I was just looking through this, and it's good information to look at the, but some of it's apples to apples, and some of it's not. But still, it's good information, because any information data like this is good information to compare what other areas are doing. And I do unfortunately feel like down the road we're going to have to see more paid employees. Although I like the idea of the role and the volunteers and the camaraderie and everything, and I like to see these young kids get involved in it at a young age, and I think it brings a lot. It's very character building and a way to give back and service. And I hope we can get the what was it called? The education component in the high schools that we had going with the fire academy back, because that's kind of growing our own. And if we can, if there was a way to get the state to relax the teaching standards for that, because it's unfortunate that y'all can go into community colleges and teach, but you couldn't teach it in the high schools, and that's just dumb, and that's just a state thing. But they really need to figure that out to let us be able to offer that in the high schools again. And I do like your idea of establishing a work committee geared at the staffing and looking at it down the road, and have a plan for years to come of how we're going to do that, because it is probably going to take an increase in the fire tax at some point to get that. And the idea that we could get a grant writer for the county, I think, is huge. That there's so much federal dollars and state dollars floating around out there that could help us. So hopefully that will happen, and we can get more revenue streams coming in that way. But I really appreciate all y'all do, and all y'all's volunteers and your workers. And I mean, my family has needed y'all several times in the last couple of years, and you've always been there and been very good to us to be right on the spot when we needed it. And I mean, there's just no dollar amount you can put on somebody that'll run into a fire and into a burning building, and help these people that are in car crashes when the car could explode and things like that. And even the fact that we have Hanging Rock and these people that come to our county that don't obey the rules and go wandering off trails and get lost and fall down mountains. And I mean, just what that takes in manpower and time when that happens. I know Barney sitting back there knows all about that. And those antique fire trucks, apparently, he knows about. But, and how many times have y'all had to spend all day on the river looking for somebody? I mean, it's just, the manpower is just crazy what it takes to do that, but y'all are always right there, and you're always going to be, and that is a good thing, but we're going to have to look after y'all for sure, and we'll make it a priority for sure.
Okay, I just have a couple quick things, and I've been dealing with this for several years as county manager and also as elected official, and one of the things we've discussed several times, it was mentioned by Brad or one of the commissioners, is gaining some efficiencies. These fire departments are all separate corporations with separate board of directors, which by definition introduces a significant level of complexity and decision making and other areas of cooperation and so forth. So, but I would like to revisit that. I don't like this, I think Keith mentioned it, the fact that everybody has to have a separate audit, and we can't seem to gain any efficiency by having like a single auditor. So I'd like to look at that kind of stuff. I'd like to look at the bulk purchases that were mentioned so we can gain efficiencies through quantities. And any other there's probably a lot of them that you would be aware of that I'm not aware of, but that will help in the process. Ryan, did you say you were going to recommend the Fire Commission, the chiefs that they do a tax increase next budget year? Is that what you said?
Well, we were hoping that they would recommend it this year, but we know that it was mentioned that no tax increases would be taking place this year, so I think that's why it didn't get presented this year.
Okay.
So.
Okay. This committee these committee or additional committees that you may come up with for like staffing committee and so forth, how does that interface with the Fire Commission to not unempower them?
We would include whoever the chairman of the Fire Commission or whoever they would elect to be on this committee, because they're going to have the financial piece of the fire departments, and so we would most definitely want them involved.
So you don't think I'm just asking, you don't think it's a mission that could fall under the Fire Commission to set up the committees?
I think you would have to have some involvement from the fire chiefs, based off of what I've researched from Surrey County, and obviously we don't want to be like Surrey County, but it's a model to look at, and they only had 5 chiefs on this committee, and then they set priorities of what they were going to do, develop the application process, the interviews, so that way the fire chiefs still have buy-in into the program and support of the program.
Well, my concern is that we have the Fire Commission to advise us on budget, and this is kind of a budget issue really when you think about it. So I don't want to do something that starts working around them or unempowers them. Is my thought process. And it seems to me if they did the committee, they could still include anybody they want to on it. So as long as the committee functions like you guys want it to, I mean, if you just kind of think about that a little bit, about what's the smartest way to do the committee, this committee and any other committee that you might need to do for whatever. And then the last thing I had is when we talked about this old model where the farmers went to the fires and so forth, that Ryan, I think, also mentioned that. What's the, were they doing medical calls back then too? Are they always done medical calls? The percentages always been similar, like the 70-30, 80-20? Whatever.
I would say the medical calls have increased over the last few years.
Is that
the fire calls, and that's because of the fire departments and across the country as well as North Carolina doing good public education, getting out into the schools, and then providing that education to decrease the amount of fires. And then homes are being built better. But the essence is that because they're being built better, that puts more risk of injuries and so forth to the firemen that are going into these structures.
Okay. I'm kind of probing to see if this is more like an unfunded mandate from the Department of Insurance, that they tend to keep adding a lot of responsibilities to you guys without giving us any money to pay for it. You think that's true?
Actually, because of the decrease in volunteerism in the state, the magic number used to be in the past that you had to have 20 members on the roster. Now they've dropped that number down to 15 because of the decrease in volunteers. And so I think they have a recruitment and retention section and Officer State Fire Marshal. So they are monitoring the status of the fire departments and so forth, and they've been working with the departments that get put on probation and so forth to ensure that they want to come off probation, and then they usually improve after that process. I think the biggest hurdle has been is that they've changed the certification process to where individuals could go and take individual fire classes. Now they've grouped them together in a block class. And so that's made it a little harder for people that have full-time jobs and families to go to these classes, but they're also looking to revamping that process as well.
Okay. I mean, it almost ought to be named the rescue and fire department instead of the fire and rescue. I mean, if you look at the percentages, I mean, that's really what that's what you guys do is other than fire stuff, and it costs a lot of money to do all that. So that really increases your volume like out the roof, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Just to answer, if I may,
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Chandler's question, as far as the bulk purchasing, that's been presented a number of times over the last several years, and it was left up to the individual departments. There are some departments that do work together. If they find out that they're purchasing radios, just like we did in 2003, air packs and other equipment to say, hey, we're getting ready to buy 5 pagers, how many are you going to buy? And then they go in and they buy them. We'll try to get a better price. And so we do have, if you've got a good working relationship with your neighboring department, that does happen. A lot of our surrounding counties have standardized their truck purchasing process and to meet, like Ryan was talking about with the mutual aid response, is that you'll buy this department, these are the minimum things that this truck has to have on it. And then if the department wants to add anything, then it's up to that individual department. But there are standardized systems that are in place now in other counties.
That's a really good one to look at, standardization up across the board, really, for saving money and gaining efficiency, I would think.
And it also depends on the need of that district as well. My district is obviously a lot different than Northeast Stokes, and so I may not need as much water because we've got hydrants, and we've got the potential of adding new hydrants with the new project that's going up Highway 89. And so my trucks may not carry as much water as he needs, but it still needs to be, I think the chiefs that we have in place now have a good working relationship and want to move forward. And so I think that gives us goals to work on moving forward, is to looking at some of these processes, bulk purchasing, standardizing equipment, and so forth. But it's still left up to that individual department to make those decisions.
Yeah, as long as we're organized like we are, it will be. Good, that's all I have. Thank you guys for coming.
Commissioners also left out one thing.
Yeah, go ahead, Ron.
On the tax rate increase, part of the reason why we were asking for that increase was through this ISO rate reduction, we were able to save the average homeowner about $200 a year on their homeowner's insurance. So we were kind of wanting to try to capture some of that money that we saved through doing these, extracurricular activities to bring it back into the fire service and keep it here in Stokes County instead of it going to insurance premium. So I did leave that note out. So that's one reason we were kind of wanting that.
I think it would really be helpful in future, and whenever you get into this and putting all these justifications and everything together, if you can do it, is to really maybe make a chart or something, but somehow tie that savings that you guys give the homeowners through their insurance rating, tie that directly to some of your budget requests and your operations and so forth, where we can, any entity that is giving you a good return on investment, then it makes it easier to fund it. That's a good way to demonstrate that, I think, is you guys can show graphically or however people are really benefiting from the funding you do get through those savings.
I believe the $200 savings, if we did a 2-cent tax increase, it would put about $50 back into Stokes County out of that $200.
Oh, okay, good.
You know what, if you got a 2% service tax district, how much money would that bring you total?
About $60,000. 1 cent is about $39 to $40, or about $40,000 roughly.
Okay. Did anybody have anything else?
It's also gonna be different. The service district would probably bring in more
Yeah.
versus the individual districts.
The service district would be about,
the average.
the service district would be about 600,000
Okay, well,
is additional funding
it's
and
gonna be a long.
based on our
Okay.
county tax rate now. You know, if it doesn't go up, I believe this year it was like 2.899 or something like that is what the overall brought in, and I think at 2 cents it would be a 600,000 increase.
Can you have Richard figure that out for me? Just for a 2% tax increase, fire service district, what that would be for the total amount for the total fire district. You don't have to break it down, just we raise the tax rate for that. This is the amount of money that.
All right, thank you guys for what
Thank you
you
for your
do,
time.
and,
Thank
and
you.
for you touch everybody in the county just about at some point or the other. So we appreciate you coming and talking to us. We're going to take a 10-minute break right now.
10 sounds better.
5 never work. 10, but
Shoot for 5.
we will start back in 10 minutes. Okay. FYI. Okay, I'll call a recess back, call the meeting back to order from recess, and the next item on our agenda is our noise ordinance discussion. And I'll go back to Commissioner Chandler since he asked that this be put on the agenda.
So I've been working with the county attorney's office, and based on kind of what the parameters that we heard tonight come from the actually two different areas of the county with two varying annoying and disturbing noises, as I would call it. So we've kind of honed in. It's from Guilford County, and what I like about it is it deals specifically with unreasonably loud or annoying noise. So it goes into different definitions, and like, so for unreasonably loud or annoying noise, they define it which is substantially incompatible with the time and location where created to the extent that it creates an actual or intimate interference with peace or good order. And then when they go down into the county code and they start to give examples, it says in determining whether a noise is unreasonably loud, annoying, disturbing, or unnecessary, the following factors incident to such noise are to be considered: time of the day, proximity to residential structure, whether the noise is recurrent, intermittent, or constant, the volume and intensity, whether the noise has been enhanced in volume or arranged by any type of electronic or mechanical means, the character, nature, and zoning of the area, whether noise is related to the normal operation of a business or other activity, or the result of some use for individual purposes, and whether noise is subject to being controlled without unreasonable effort or expense to the creator thereof. Of course, it gives some exemptions, like to alarm systems and stuff like that. But in terms of when we're talking about motorcycles and automobiles, so it says operation of vehicles, the operation of any automobile, motorcycle, or vehicles in such a manner as to create loud or unnecessary grating, grinding, rattling, screeching of tires, or other noise is prohibited. And I think that would kind of fit into what I've heard here. There's more specific stuff that does talk about music also. But in the last thing that I like about this is that what it does, it gives you a choice. In other words, there's a civil penalty, and it's broken down into where, maybe the first time you get a warning, and then it starts going into fines, and then if the fine isn't paid within so many days, and it keeps increasing and increasing. It would give us latitude if we adopt something along these lines. There's also a criminal enhancement under the general statute that we can also apply. So maybe if it gets so out of control and the money thing isn't helping solve the situation, then we can go into a criminal enhancement where it just won't be money. It'd be it could be up 2 years. It'd be a 2-year misdemeanor is what it would be. Also, it gives the option of us deciding. Of course, naturally, we have the county sheriff. So, I mean, I would think he would be somewhat involved in handling the call, but we would be able to appoint somebody that would be under our control, directly control, to be able to assess the fines. In other words, to determine, hey, the situation is this person is in violation, and then to implement the civil order of, hey, this is a warning, and then now it's a fine, and then this individual would also be responsible for tracking the history. So one of the big things for nuisances is you want to make sure that you document every time that you're having a problem. Because what'll happen over time, if you don't document, then by the time it gets in front of a judge, or, you know, if you have to go back in front of a judge, things kind of get vague. And so when you're cross-examined, if you don't have the exact, and the best thing to do is to call in to law enforcement, or call the other number if we have another number for a non-emergency, to do that. But that's a real quick summary, and it's working in Guilford County, so I think it'll work here too. But we just got to be articulate, and I think that y'all have done a real good job of describing the torture of what was a nice area now is turned into a racetrack, basically. So that's all I got.
Okay. Commissioner Wood, you want to go next?
I'm going to be brief. I've experienced a little bit of what y'all have experienced, a couple of neighbors, and I'm all for it. And I like the 10 o'clock cutoff for music. Let them have their music at certain places. I mean, some of these vineyards and stuff, but after 10, Eddie always told me to be home. Nothing happens good after 11. So that gives you an hour to get home.
Listen too, right? Okay, come back, Commissioner Cox.
Well, one thing, and just because you just mentioned that about 10 o'clock, but I do know that a lot of these venues that are wedding venues and things have things going on till after 10 o'clock. It's not uncommon to have a wedding last till 11 or 12 as far as like wrapping up things, and so I wouldn't want to hurt their business as far as these wedding venues that we have a lot of those in the county that might have things like that would restrict the hours where things would have to be over by 10. I think that might be a little too early to set for some of those reasons, but I do think there needs to be some changes to the current policy, and I think that what happened before when we tried to look at this, because somebody came to the board back about 3 years ago, that was a 2.5. I don't think I was on the board then. I think it was when I was just coming to the meetings and listening to them, but I do remember that the sheriff came and there was a lot of back and forth talk about what was enforceable and what they could do about some of this stuff, and so I'm interested to know if we've ran this by Chief Deputy Cohn or the sheriff yet to get their opinion about it. And obviously if it's working in Guilford and they passed it, then it's something that we need to consider for sure. I mean, there might be some changes just because of that being, you know, a different county that we might want to look at, but I would like to know their feedback on it for sure. I do think we need to do something that has a little more teeth in it that is enforceable, because there is, you know, some issues. I would not want to listen to what they played over and over and over, day in and day out. That's for sure. But I think then you're also gonna have to look at people that buy property and what they do on their property, and legally what ground, you know, I think from a legal standpoint what we can say they can and can't do during normal business hours. I don't know. That's a legal question. I'm not a lawyer, so but I do think we need to entertain looking at it and making some changes and improving what we currently have. It's been a while since we've done anything with this, so I'm all in favor of revising it.
All righty, Commissioner Mendenhall.
I am in total agreement that we need to review the current noise ordinance, because it's sort of like when you put carpet down in your house and after 20 or 30 years you find it's time to change your carpet. And the same thing in a any type of, in the majority of ordinances or code requirements or whatever we're dealing with, when we go 25 to 30 years and we don't review it, I think it's definitely time that we do. So I'm in total agreement that we need to look back over it, get legal advice from our attorney, legal advice from our sheriff's department, anything that requires that, but we certainly need to review and make some possible changes. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Mendenhall. I've dealt with this several times in different scenarios as county manager before running for office, and I agree it needs to be updated as well with some real teeth put in it. I think this Guilford County one is a great document to start with, and I think we need to just take that and then be real careful that we tailor it to Stokes County and take out the Guilford stuff that doesn't apply, and then tailor specifics that we're all aware of within our own county that would need to be included. Probably do a draft with that tailored version before we start sending it around for people to review or whatever. I've got, for just an example, kind of to reinforce what's been said, I got a friend actually that has a little motocross bike that lives close to me, and he'll run it like from 7 to 9 o'clock, sometimes maybe like once a month, and it buzzes around and whatever, and that's really not a problem because he just does it once in a while for a short period of time. And there's all kind of other noises that are in the same category that are going on. But what I've noticed with the other encounters we've had with this, it's either people that are doing it on purpose to irritate their neighbors, which is definitely we got to deal with in a very direct way, or the other thing is where whatever it is they're doing, they repeat it for long periods of time. That's when it becomes a real issue. And I think some of you folks kind of said the same thing tonight in your comments as well. So we need to get this thing and get it updated and kind of get a handle on this, because it's I really hate the thought of somebody moving out of the county because they can't get away from noise. That's just we can't allow that to be the case. Last thing, Ty, you've been involved in all these various versions of this that we've looked at. Do you have any thoughts you want to present, or just do the legal stuff?
The current ordinance is almost 30 years old. It's created in 1994. And it's been, looked at several times ever since, and no action has ever been taken on it. But it's time to update it. It has most of the things that Guilford County's ordinance has in it, not to the extent of Guilford County. It needs to be more specific, and it needs some definitions and the factors to be considered in determining whether or not something violates the ordinance. The problem with any noise ordinance is, it's very difficult to put objective standards in it unless you measure it by decibel levels. So it needs to be subjective, but the problem, to a certain extent, the problem with the subjective ordinance is enforcement, because it can be determined to be too vague to be enforceable. So you got to strike a fine balance there. So I agree. We definitely need to update the ordinance. Another problem with our ordinance, there's no criminal penalties, so that definitely needs to be added. Yeah. The fines need to be increased, and there needs to be provision for successive repeat offenders, increasing the fines. So you have the civil penalties, and you have the power of injunction, and you also have the criminal penalties that would need to be in there. So we definitely need to strengthen it. And what I would propose is I've got a copy. I brought a copy of the Guilford ordinance. You know, I've talked with Jennifer about this after you discussed it with her, and we can come up with a proposed take Guilford as a model and make modifications to fit Stokes County, and then come up with a proposal. Before we brought the proposal to you, I would like to get with the Sheriff's Department representative and go over it and get their input as far as get their input as far as enforceability of it, because we want something that's going to be enforceable. We don't want to have an ordinance that's going to be determined in court to be too vague to be enforced. So
Okay, great.
but that's what I would suggest as far as going forward with it.
Can we do this in a timely manner so it don't drag out?
Sure.
I was going to ask you how much time we need to come up with a draft.
Well, I should be able to get something for meeting after next. You know, give us about 30 days to come up with a draft.
Okay. All righty. Board okay with him coming up making a quick comment? If you would come up to the mic, if you would, so we can record you.
Hi, I'm
We
Jerry
record all you.
Cofonda, and you were talking about whether or not you can have enough teeth into the Stokes County change to the noise ordinance. You know, you can put on here a decibel meter, and if the sheriff deputy goes out there on his phone and, you know, goes anywhere he wants, he can tell what the decibel levels are and what you all set at. Okay, and that can be a decreasing decibel limit as the night goes on. You know, you don't want 85 decibels or more at 12 midnight versus, you know, in the middle of the afternoon. So, and then I think you got to throw something in there for Sunday too. You know, that's quiet time to me, but.
All righty.
Thank you, gents.
Appreciate your comment.
Ma'am.
Okay, anybody have anything else on that?
I'm just going to comment on something that some of them brought up earlier in their public comments. There's probably a lot of people up there that are probably illegally out there riding ATVs and stuff on the road that shouldn't, but unfortunately North Carolina passed a law recently where a lot of those side-by-sides and UTVs can be licensed, and they can go to, and a lot of them are actually have license plates and stuff, but they still, I know they ride them in a fashion that is dangerous and shouldn't be. But I know it's also hard for law enforcement to catch them in the act or whatever, and they can go off road and patrol cars can't, and it's really hard. As a matter of fact, I was in Winston a few months ago down on University Parkway and met what I call a gang of ATVs and dirt bikes on University Parkway, probably 30 of them. And my son, they were just all swarming around cars. It was so dangerous. And my son is a Winston-Salem police officer in motors unit, and that's traffic enforcement is what he does. And talked to him about it. He said, we can't catch them. He said, it's just, they can catch him on the motorcycle what he drives, but you know, they can't really, most of those are off-road, and his Harley's not an off-road motorcycle, but he said we try to catch them when they're reported like that, but he said it is a very dangerous situation. It scares motorists, and I mean, I know that's what I'm saying, it's a problem even in an urban area like that, and I know it's bad in some of these rural areas where they, you know, I live off of 66, and you know, there was a guy zoomed out in front of me on one of those Can-Am things the other night going to the gas station, and I don't think it was licensed either, but it, you know, didn't have a license plate, but he was just zooming around on it, going in and out of, you know, across the road and stuff, so I understand what that's like.
All righty. Anything else? Okay, we'll go to the next agenda item. Health Department bad debt write-off. I think, Amber, you're going to take this one.
Yeah. So Let me pull it up here. So what we're presenting tonight is the bad debt write-off request from the health department for fiscal year 2021. It's normally approved in the fall after the fiscal year ends, but it was delayed this year, I think, because they had their hands full with COVID and just trying to get it together. It was delayed a little bit. This is an annual request they make in order to be in compliance with the state and also their fees policy. It's already been approved by the Board of Health, but since it deals with funds and approving the write-off of funds, it has to come to the Board of Commissioners for their approval.
Okay. All right, anybody have comments or questions? We have an amount? Yeah, it's on there.
Yes, on the attachment. $1,954.98.
Sorry.
I make a motion.
How much was it? How much again? I thought we were more.
Make a motion that we close applications.
Oh, 1950.
'Cause this is not action, this is discussion. We can't, unless you're willing to move it to action, but first
You need
gotta,
us to
you
move it to
got,
action
first
now,
you gotta
or-
close
You can wait.
applications.
It's not, I mean, they've waited this long. They can wait till another meeting. I mean,
Okay.
unless it's.
I'll make a motion that we close applications.
I'll second that.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All righty. Next item is the Animal Control Advisory Board appointment, and Amber, I think you're gonna do this one too.
Yeah. So we're moving the health department board to action.
To
for
action next time, yeah.
Thank you.
Well, we just did. Applications for what?
Okay. So the Board of Commissioners recently reappointed the Animal Control Advisory Board and all the members. The one position that the bylaws requires that they didn't get any applications for was the licensed veterinarian position. That's still posted on the website. We have received an application in for a licensed veterinarian, and Candace Loy as well, and his application's attached for viewing.
Well, we've had a hard time finding a veterinarian, that's for sure, so if we've got one, I'll make a motion once again that we close applications on this one because we've had a time finding someone now. If somebody wants
We need to
discussion
nominate
on
him,
this
right?
person.
We need to nominate.
I got a question. Where did this guy practice at? I've never heard of him.
Walnut Cove.
Yeah, I'll pull it back up.
Is he retired to Wonk Cove? Or?
Candace Loy recommended him, and she knows him very well. I guess in her work with the animal rescues,
Okay.
and she vouched for him.
We need to nominate him tonight, is that what?
Yeah, I can find out that information for you and bring it back to the
No,
next
I
meeting
don't-
before you officially
That's
approve
fine.
it.
If he's a veterinarian, I'm cool with it.
Excuse me.
Like Ronnie
Yeah,
said.
just yeah.
We need to open the floor for nominations for this gentleman. A motion to do that.
I'll nominate him, but after my nomination and we get a second, we'll need to close.
Okay, that's fine.
All right.
Hey, you're nominating, get a second.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we've nominated him. Now you're gonna close them.
I'm gonna make a motion now that we close nominations.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay, that's closed. And we'll do him at the next meeting.
Yeah, that's fine.
There's really no need to advertise anything, is it?
I can put it out there just for protocol, but I'm
Just
sure.
don't spend any money on it.
No, I just mean yeah, I will put it on the website. Yeah.
Yeah, website or
Where we
whatever.
usually put it.
Yeah, we don't advertise, but it's in the paper.
Okay, so that's action next time. We'll finish that off next time. Let's see, the next one is the River Street contract. Okay, the next item, Amber will also present is to get the River Street contract straightened out so that it matches the reduction in the match that the state will allow us to make on the broadband expansion. And I think there's two things in here we have to approve, right? So you can go ahead.
I'll just,
Yeah, go
like
ahead.
Commissioner Moore said, when the original contract between Stokes County and River Street was done, it was approved for $2.4 million. But since then, they came back and said, that they only needed $1.7 million. And since then, that they were awarded the great grant because of all the restrictions in that, we're legally allowed to only match about 1.3. I can give you the specific number, but it's about 1.3 million. So now we have to change our or amend our original contract, and Ty has looked over that amendment and the Exhibit J in order to make the state aware of that so they can proceed with their contract, because they have to do one as well. That's a three-party agreement between the state, NCDIT office, River Street, and Stokes County. So we just need to amend our contract to reflect that, because it does have great grant language in it.
Okay.
Our current contract. And then the Exhibit J is separate, but that's just, the county just has to do that, or the provider to turn into the state, just saying how much we're going to match. And I guess in what types of allocations, are we going to give it to them all at once, or what the breakdown of that looks like?
We decided to give it to them all at once already. We already voted on that, I think, didn't we?
That was my understanding, or we put it in there, yeah.
Yeah.
Is there a time limit on all this?
We'd like to get it approved as soon as possible, just because I know the state's kind of
We need to do it tonight, action
if
tonight.
possible, because I think the state's ready to get that three-party agreement
Yeah.
moving, so we can.
Yeah, this has been dragging on for a while.
Let's move it to action.
So let's move it to action tonight. And it was in the package, everybody had a chance to review it, so does anybody have any questions on it?
No, I'm good.
Okay, let's move it to action tonight then.
Oh, and I will note one thing. I apologize. Ty made one change this morning to the amendment on where Section 5 was added under C, where it says the remaining funds in the amount of $1,136,685 from ARPA infrastructure funds remaining from the county's original $2.4 million commitment, where it said it will be wired to River Street Networks in full 10 days after the execution. Ty just strike that wire to River Street Networks in full 10 days after the execution and put dispersed in accordance with the terms of any future agreement. Just because this section specifically referring to that 1.1 we haven't used yet.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
It does. Yeah, we still
That's
got
the only change.
still got the 1.1 that we gotta watch carefully and get it spent in the right way or whatever. Okay, so we'll move that to action. Do I need to sign it tonight? Or I
Item
leave?
F.
Yes.
Okay.
Action.
Yes. I don't mind.
All righty. Okay, does that complete our discussion agenda then?
Yep.
I think it does. Okay, we'll move to the action agenda, our insurance renewal with the Association of County Commissioners. I get a motion for approval.
Make a motion to approve.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Our next item is transportation for DSS and senior services. Get a motion for approval.
Motion to approve.
Second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Okay, it's good, unanimous. Senior meals program, get a motion for approval. Motion to approve. Second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that's approved. Approval for sale of Board of Education land at South Stokes, get a motion for that.
Motion to approve.
Second. Hey, you have any comments on that, which you went
No,
over there
I
and
did
visited them?
meet met someone from maintenance, and he showed me exactly the parcel they're putting as far as the sale. I know exactly where it's at now. I'm glad I went because I was looking in the wrong spot, but now I know exactly where it's at, so I'm good with it.
Okay, great. Okay, got a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, it passes unanimously. The last item is the offer for the surplus tax foreclosed property. Get a motion? Motion to approve.
Second.
Second, any discussion, questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. All right, that passed unanimously.
Gotta do the River Street now.
Yeah, and then we got one item additional, that's River Street. And that is the contract adjustments for River Street to come into compliance with a great grant for
And
the
Exhibit
state.
J. And Exhibit J.
Exhibit J and what was
The amendment,
the
yeah.
amendment and Exhibit J. Can I get a motion to approve those? Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that's approved. So now we are ready to go into closed session. You'll read the rationale, Amber.
To consult with an attorney employed or retained by the public body in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the public body, which privilege is hereby acknowledged pursuant to General Statute 143-318.11A3, and to consider the initial employment or appointment of an individual to any office or position other than a vacancy in the Board of County Commissioners or any other public body, or to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, character, and fitness of any public officer or employee other than a member of the Board of Commissioners or of some other public body pursuant to General Statute 143-318.11A6.
All right, you got a motion to go to close.
Motion to enter closed.
I'll second that.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're in closed.
Stuff up here. No.
I didn't take on this for all this now.
I ain't sitting home
Are we
since.
still?
Yeah, you're
are-
live. You're live.
We're live.
Hey, Pat, so we're gonna adjourn. We're gonna adjourn.
You can't leave.
Okay, motion.
To adjourn.
Second to adjourn, second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? We're adjourned.